Apparently, like the bulwark move can actually like give you height. Apparently, I don't know how true that actually is, but oh yeah, sorry you guys can't hear it. Does it actually give you height? You know what? I'm curious. Reverse pogos at stairs. I don't know if you're gonna be able to pogo in this game like you can in Liza P. I think that might be a Liza P thing, but you never know, I guess. Wait a second, where am I? Yeah. I don't know, the move is it's really weird. Somebody in Ains chat was saying you can actually... Oh yeah, we can't go to the shoe sanctum. Where am I thinking of? There's somewhere I want to go, but I can't remember where it is. Oh, wait. Actually, no, I can. It's just a refugee camp. I'm just curious if this move can actually give you height. I don't know if I don't know if it actually can. Somebody in chat claimed it could, but I don't know. Maybe it's more complicated than it seems. There is like a knee-high wall here. I just want to see if I can get over it. See, this ledge right here. Surely you can't just jump over this, right? See, yeah, I don't know. Somebody in chat said it gives you height, but I don't believe it. Or at least if it does, there's more to it than what meets the eye. I don't know. I think I might have been debated, chat. I don't think it's an invis wall. I'm not sure it actually gives you height. There's not an invis wall, chat. You can just walk over this. Unless it's somehow like a one-sided invisible wall, but I very much doubt it. Well, that is weird, though. You can, like... Can like change the direction. Imagine you could actually do pogos in this game like in Liza P. Yeah, I think it does do. Like you can't actually fall off of. I could fall off there. I wonder if you could. How did I fall off the ledge before? I mean, you can kind of do it as you like fall off a ledge. It seems like it kind of locks you to the ground like instantly though. See, there it actually took me forward. But then it takes me back. Oh, that's so weird. It does kind of seem like I actually think you might be able to do something with that. It does seem like this move could potentially like help you cross a gap or something. I don't know though, it's hard to say. We find a zip? No. Okay, sorry, we're actually gonna play the game in a minute, I just... Oh yeah, do you see that? I could definitely see you potentially like getting over a ledge or something with this. But I don't know, it still seems kind of like, well, I don't know how big that wall is, but... Oh, it's definitely interesting. Alright, well anyways, let's go back to playing the game. So strange. I mean, that, like, you could definitely get more distance over a ledge. There's no doubt about that. Like, that actually works. You sound more excited than... Shut the fuck up, bro. Get out of here with your rage bait comment. The fuck? Wait, where's the shrine here? There's no point in denying it. Because if I deny it, then I just comments like that are such bait. Like where the fuck is the shrine here, dude? It doesn't matter what I say, I just make myself out to be a like this. Yeah, it's just pointless. It's like when somebody, okay, think about it this way. When somebody tells you to chill out, right? And you're like, then you tell people, you're like, what do you say? Oh, I am chill. And then clearly they're like, no, you're not chill. Or just relax. It's like, I am relaxed. And it's the same thing here. It's like, oh, you're not actually enjoying the game. Or like, I'll be playing a game and I'll complain about it one time, and then it's like, why are you even playing the game? Clearly you fucking hate it because you complained one time. And then if I say, and then I could be like, no, I am actually enjoying it. But it's like, you get my fucking point. It's just, it's useless. I'm not gonna try to defend myself, my enjoyment of something, because it's pointless. Hey, Revolt, thank you for the Prime sub. All right, chat, we are at the final zone of the game. But this final zone of the game is pretty big, I think. If it's even from where you're jumping, skipping, you might hit the edge and fall. I see. I gotta say, being able to backstab enemies with like a charge R2 is crazy. I think that's one of the things that makes this game like potentially not that difficult. The thing is, so I believe every weapon in this game has an ability that lets you instantly do a charge R2. So if you have the feathers in the bottom left, those are like your feather charges, right? And as long as you have one feather charge, you can basically just do like an instant charge R2 with no wind up. And that, I mean, anytime you do that, you can backstab an enemy, so it's kind of crazy. Not every boss can be backstabbed though, but a lot of them can, and a lot of enemies as well. See, like, this guy's basically just dead already now. is that? Yeah, I'm not sure this actually can give you any height, though. Okay. The axe does? Okay, the axe has like 25 different moves, but I mean, that's cool. Any idea which move? The second... the second what? How are these not? Second axe? Well, the axes don't have different move sets, though. Or, well, I mean, that's actually not true. The axes... So what, are you talking about the Empyrean Great Axe? What is the move on this thing? Oh, the crash? Oh, yeah, okay, I know which move you're talking about. That gives height. Okay, see, the thing is, you're saying that it gives height, but do you actually know? Or are you just saying that because it goes up in the air? Well, yeah, you fly, but that doesn't mean you actually gain any height from like a coordinates perspective. Like, a lot of it is visual. I mean, it's possible that actually can give height. If it, or well, rather, if you could actually get up on top of stuff with that, that'd be kind of crazy, but I feel like it might just be a visual thing. That's all. Jesus. I still didn't pick up my fucking currency? Holy. Ming. The light can heal you? Oh. And I imagine if there's going to be any speedrun skips, though, it's going to have to do with, like, the special moves of the weapons. There's probably going to be, like, one weapon that can get you out of bounds or something. I wonder what the invis walls in this game are like, though. Is there a boss fight here? Would be a slow speedrun until you get the weapon. Depends where the weapon is. Could be a weapon you start with. Could be a weapon 10 minutes into the game. Or it could be at the end of the game. You never know. There's probably a shrine. Damn, this place is not looking good. Oh. Oh. Ball already has a video. Yeah, it's almost like getting the game 3 weeks early. You know, I'm kind of sick of, like, I honestly wish that there was no, like, early keys for games. It's kind of fucking exhausting that, like, I don't know, you just have people who are, I mean, I understand it's never going to happen, but I kind of miss the days of people not getting games, like, weeks early and knowing the game inside out and spamming YouTube with, like, no-hit boss fights fucking 2 days into the release of the game. It's just fucking cringe, dude. These video gets tons of views. Well, of course they do. I don't even know where to go in the skill tree anymore, to be honest. Are there any +5s in the tree here? +5 magic and feathering. I don't really want magic, though. Vermilion Ancient Chisel. There's a +5 strength note here. I guess going down this tree would probably open up more agility, since the spear uses agility. I kind of like the skill tree for this game. Wasn't sure how I felt about it at first, but I actually kind of like it. It definitely gives you like a lot of options. Is this a boss fight or no? It is. Oh wait, it's my demon. Damn, girl, I just want to backstab her, dude. Can't fucking even tell what's going on, though. I wonder if this fight is just optional. One of these days I'll hit a fucking backstab. Oh shit, she's got the axe. Fucking shooting shit at me. I don't know if you can backstab her. She's gonna shoot again. Alright, I'm just getting fucking shit on. Yeah, I don't think you can backstab her. He's healing! One heal left. got another needle. Continuity and bow blood. Demon Bane Strike? There's so much cool magic in the game, and I've barely experimented with it. What the hell is that? Ooh. I feel like my difficulty with the magic is generating the feather. It just feels like unless you have the feather charges, you're just not doing that much damage. Like all of your damage is in magic, which obviously that's kind of makes sense, but like you can't just spam magic like you can in the Souls games, you know what I mean? You have to like attack and dodge and stuff to build up the feathers. And then you can use magic, but when you're not, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's a little different because you like have to melee and dodge the boss, but your melees kind of suck. I'm sure there's ways to generate like a lot of feathers though. There's 5 endurance. Wait, what if I go this way? Oh, that doesn't unlock a tree. Interesting. Oh, and now it's still unlocked. I find it funny how they don't show you all the skills, just not to like overwhelm you initially. I don't really care that much for 5 endurance, but... there is 5 vit down this direction. We want to go for that instead. It might be better to go for the 5 vit, honestly. Hey, Drogon. Okay, so there was nothing up top. I don't think there was another... You think you just instantly die if you walk... Oh, never mind. You have fallen, indeed I have. Okay, hold on. I want to try this, even though it's kind of stupid, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna stop. It's really hard to control yourself when you're using this move. I do feel like there will be skips in this game, though, with some of the moves. Also, Angelic Spectre, thank you for the 27 months. And Crane Team, thank you for the 12 months. Revolt, thank you for the Prime sub. Hold on, chat. I will be right back. Okay. This game better than Wukong? Probably not. I don't know though. I mean, I like this game more than Wukong in some aspects. I liked Wukong a lot, but I like the exploration and the level design in this game more. Yeah, Witchfire's cool. I played it for, I don't know how long I played it for, like 5 hours, 10 hours maybe. Well, we're back at the start of the game, but everything's just fucked. They pulled a Sekiro. Yeah, I liked Witchfire. I don't know. It's like hard to enjoy games that are in early access because a lot of the time it just feels like you should just wait for the full release. Like for example, I was playing White Knuckles, and that game's really cool, but I kind of just want to wait for the full game to be done because I mean, it's unfinished. It was the same thing with Witchfire. Like, I really liked the game, but I didn't want to burn myself out on the game and then, like, not want to play the full release. Because I feel like it's pretty easy to put too much time into something in early access, and then when the full release comes around, you're just like bored. It's not always the case, but I think this is a dead end. Steel Blade's my favorite so far. I don't know. You know what? Maybe we'll go respec, because we have been using the dual blades for a while. I do kind of want to mess with the magic, so maybe we'll go back for the one-handed sword. Honestly, my experience with the one-handed sword previously was not great. I did not like it that much, but I don't want to give it another shot. Could also try like the axe. I don't know. It's just the one-handed sword tree is for magic. So that's why I kind of feel like I should. If I want to use magic, I need to go for that tree. But we have enough points where we could probably go for like multiple trees. Honestly, they should have loadouts in this game, because at this point I have so many fucking talents that this is going to be really annoying to respec. I think my level ups are like around 30k. 35. Okay, well we have 4 points to spend. And we already have some points in this tree as well. I think agility, yeah, agility is for one-handed swords. All right, well, we've got 1 billion points to spend. Okay, so the last time we used the sword, we used Slicing Zephyr, which honestly, it wasn't that bad, but maybe we'll try Vanguard Breaker. Question is, which one-handed sword? I only have 2 one-handed swords. There's one that has level 5 scaling and magic, and then one with only level 3 scaling and agility, which is like trash. Look at my fucking dual blades that I've been using. Wait, did they get nerfed? Did they get nerfed? Oh wait, maybe that's... Oh no. I don't think they got nerfed, but... Well, maybe they did. Maybe like upgrading it improves the scaling. Because it had level 5 agility scaling before, but maybe it was one of the... Like one of the temperings or something. I don't know. Thing is, I don't do any feathering damage. But I guess it buffs wet feathering type spell damage. Oh, fuck. I don't know. Magic in this game is confusing, and the feathering stuff. Do I even have weapons? Like feathering weapons? I don't have any one-handed swords that do feathering. I wonder if I missed any one-handed swords, because I only have 2. I guess we have to go all for magic. The question is, do any of the abilities on the weapons... Do any of these abilities do magic damage? Or is it just based on your weapons damage? We still have 31 points to spend. I feel like we should try to get agility if we can. Oh yeah, we definitely want to go this way. And get that agility. We could get health if we go down this way. I think there's a bunch of magic you can get. If I go this way, it doesn't go further, right? No, I don't think so. All right, well, we've almost spent most of our points. Can slightly see the outline of skills that aren't uncovered. Oh yeah, I see it. I see. Thanks. Oh yeah, and then there's... Okay. I just want agility, but I don't know which way is the most efficient for agility. I mean, you get a fair bit. But we also, well, we don't just, actually, do we even want agility? Because our weapon doesn't scale at all with agility. If we use the one-handed sword. Using temperance to buff spells makes the effect much more potent. Okay, wait, what spell temperance is there? Okay, there's art. Okay, these are probably... Boost your weapon's magic damage. Any spells you cast afterward are much more potent. Okay. So there's one for spells and one for magic. All right, let's try magic for now. Dude, I feel like I have none of these acupoints. Can I unlock these, like, minor needles? Is it these? I don't know if... this is confusing, chat. I'm sorry. I don't know. Also, what about the other acupoints? What about Zaoluo acupoint and Jiaoluo? How do I get those? Do I have to just get the other ones in the tree? Okay, well, we only have 4 fucking things anyways, dude. What's the point? What's the point? See, the thing is, it says... Okay, no, I mean, I guess I understand how it works. I was just getting confused. Well, we could level up the magic nodes. We want to just do something simple. I'm not sure if there's any other +5 magic nodes anywhere. Plus agility? Well, my weapon doesn't scale with agility though. I mean, well, one of them does, but I feel like I'm just gonna be weaker if I go for 2 different types of attack. We have flickering blade. Okay, that's not the one I want. I feel like I'm gonna be disappointed with this sword. Oh, we'll see. I mean, we need to make sure to use our magic. So if I use the seal, it says it speeds up the regeneration of feathers. I'm not sure how quickly I get them. Also, how do I know if a spell does... Oh, it says spell type magic, 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 feathering. Okay, we don't want to use any feathering stuff. Seems like most of... What the fuck is others? Oh, I guess because it doesn't do damage. That did pretty good damage. I don't think I equipped stuff on my weapon. That was kind of shit. Okay, dude. What the fuck? Dude, my sword does nothing. My sword is hitting for like 70. We should use the temperance though. To be fair, I kind of forgot about that, but I don't think the temperance is going to help that much. See, okay, wait, hold on. Let's use the other temperance and equip our weapon. Okay, so now that boosts our spell damage. And then we can put benedictions on this. Oh, spell damage. Sure. Okay. I wonder if there's like skills that help me gain feathering. Or sorry, gain feathers rather. Do we even want these agility nodes? Give me more magic. Dude, I don't understand how this weapon works. Because we have... This thing is just purely for casting spells, I guess. I wonder if there's... Like... I don't know, this is confusing. Well, let's see how much damage our spell does now. I mean, like, it's alright, but the problem is, I can't cast another spell, you know what I mean? Like... There's just no... I mean, I guess maybe I do need agility and... How are these not dodges? And if I switch my weapon, then I lose my temperance. That also isn't really that much of an option. I'm not even sure what that did. I mean, that was a strong enemy, to be fair. I don't know, let's just keep going, see how it feels. The charge R2 on this weapon is really bad as well. It's like Ricard's rapier. Missed good one-handed swords. Well... I don't know where they are, man. It's possible I did. Because I only have 2. I mean, I'd be down to go get them if people know where they are. I'm not really sure. I do feel like I missed the one-handed sword though, because I only have 2. Meanwhile, I have like 5 dual blades, 4 axes, 4 long swords. I get the magic one? I don't know. I have the Astral Blade. I mean, I'm down. I would like to see if... I want to use the one-handed sword, but this one I have kind of sucks. I mean, it's good for spells, but it's kind of about it. I'm not sure if the magic... I don't know. I don't know how weapons work in this game. Because it has magic scaling. And I mean, we have 121 magic on our weapon. But it feels like it hits for nothing. Sorry, I'm curious what sword I missed. They don't even have... There's an IGN guide, and they don't even have one-handed swords listed. They have everything except one... What the fuck? According to this page, there's 6 swords. Oh, okay, wait. One of the swords is the deluxe edition of the game. Wait, that's actually fucked up, dude. The deluxe edition weapon is better than both of the weapons that I have. What is this pay-to-win nonsense? Okay, apparently there's a hidden room in Snowfall Palace that we missed one of the swords. Okay, let's go get this weapon. Apparently there's a double elevator. It's funny because I went on this elevator quite a few times. Wait. No, it's not here, is it? Wait, what am I supposed to do? I was like, this doesn't seem right. There's no... Maybe further up. Man, I have like no endurance as well. You know, let's fight this lady. Let's see how... Go back. She was kind of weak. Yeah, I mean, this is an early area of the game and we have a +9 weapons. Go through the elevator. People said it's further up though. Dude, oh my god, I don't know. Okay, we need to kill these guys. I don't know why I'm not. Should just killed them. I mean, you do generate charges really quickly with the sword. That riposte did a lot of damage. Hello, gentlemen. Sneaky. Damn, this is a big room. Oh, Panda's here. Oh yeah. Oh, what? I really wish there was a pause. A shitty move. Oh, that actually knocked her down. Okay, not sure which moves I like. You know what, this one was also pretty good. The magic circle. I kind of want to try that one because we have a ton of magic right now. That one seemed kind of insane. This one has level 5 magic. This one could be good. Try spells with alacrity? Oh, do you mean... I can't even remember what alacrity does. This thing has level 4 agility. I missed another one. I don't think the panda has anything new. I kind of forgot though about him. I don't think he has anything different though. Unless his stock changes after you meet him there. He only had like 4 items for me, which is kind of weird. Like, we already bought everything that he sold. I don't think I'm at the bow capital. I don't think I've been there, have I? I think you're just saying shit, bro. Pretty sure that's like something I haven't even done yet.
Fancy seeing you again, young un. Your being here, it's almost like fate is leading you along. I won't stand in your way any longer. In fact, I've got a favor to ask. Tell me, do you know what you're standing on?
No.
That Metacrinus plant ought to only grow deep underground. Yet, the Bowmakus has made it bloom here. Aye. The ancient Bow people hail from this land, and the Makus brought them to worship's rise. She was seduced by power, and her actions have cursed the world. She's hiding in the underground palace beneath the Shoe Sanctum. Confront her for me, and should she still cling to her misguided path, kill her, and save the Bow people from their doom. Ah, you're a good one. Now I can rest easy, knowing it's in your hands.
Container. What the fuck? Is it a spell? Oh. There's another guy to talk to somewhere around here. I think. I don't know where he went. Did I go down here before? Oh, it's Panda. Nine discipline skills are known. I don't know. It said we had somebody else to talk to. Oh, I see him.
No, no. My legs are killing me. I should have known better than to poke around the leftovers from these temple rats.
Hey, Fryler, thank you for the 33 months. Super Donut, thank you for the 19 months.
Anyone on sight, even me, I would have been a gunner if not for my fast legs. The blind one invited me to hide in his home. And such a big home at that. Whenever will I strike it big, eh?
Oh right, he sells feathers. Well, that's actually nice, because then you can upgrade. I don't know how many we need. Technically upgrade a weapon to +6 then, if you want like a side weapon.
Come back soon, you hear?
How the hell do I get out of here? I feel like we missed so much stuff, actually. But I don't know, I feel like I've been pretty thorough at the same time. We really don't have that many of these needles. Can we open True Sanctum, or wait, can we go below again? Is it still open? Or is it blocked off? There's like a shrine here now. Wait, this guy comes back? Does he drop a blood every time? Enemy is an absolute fucking menace. Yes, I did my fucking 2 damage. He's just gonna kill me here. I don't know, for it being a one-handed sword, it just feels like so... just feels so slow still. The problem is that it's all like double hit moves. Like, why did they have to make the light attack fucking 2 hits? I don't know, man. This fucking enemy is a fucking monster. And then he does that. Bro. I don't know, man. I don't know if one-handed sword is for me, chat. I might try like an I don't know. I don't know, dude. It just doesn't feel very good. Like the charge, look at this charge R2. It's so fucking slow. Like it's so long and it just doesn't even do any damage. I mean, I don't know. We could try. You know what I don't understand? Okay, you know what I don't understand is that there isn't none of the one-handed swords that I've seen scale with feathering, except feathering is like part of the skill tree, so I don't... I mean, there's some spells that do feathering damage. I don't know. It's this one-handed sword shit is just confusing. I don't get it. No, none of the swords that I have feathering on it. There is one long sword with feathering on it that I have. That is literally the only feathering weapon that I have. I have one. Well, why put feathering in the skill tree? You don't have the DLC sword? You mean the deluxe edition one? No, I mean, I'm not using any of the deluxe gear. They didn't even give me the deluxe edition of the game. Which is fine. It's whatever. I don't really care. It's kind of annoying though. I don't think the deluxe edition one has feathering either, but if it does, that's fucking hilarious. That's so stupid. Because I mean, look at this, guys. Like, you have the entire south section of the skill tree is all feathering, but there's only a few spells that do feathering damage. And I don't have a single sword that does feathering damage. Apparently the sword and the bow capital has feathering on it. I don't know. I'm not really sold on magic. I don't really like it that much. I think I might try out the axe, because we never really tried the axe for that long. Oh yeah, we used Earth Shatter last time, which was pretty good. Wow, that one seems really slow, but it might do a lot of damage. Colossal, oh, I want to try Colossal Smash. And then which axe do I want to use? Level 3 strength, level 4 strength. This one has a better fire buff on it though. Oh, this one's really good. 4 strength, 1 agility. Although it's... well, actually, I don't know. It has good scaling, but the base damage is way less than the Empyrean. The base damage of these two is roughly the same. I'm gonna try this one because it looks cooler. Might be, I don't know. It has better fire. It's stronger with fire, so I'm gonna try putting like fire on it. Okay, we have 39 points to spend. This thing also was strength scaling, right? I believe. I think there's a +5 strength node somewhere down here. Maybe we go down this line. Oh yeah, and we also get +5 health. Yeah, that's huge. Oh yeah, there's +5 strength here as well. I think I have the +5 one from Spear. There's +5 Vit down this way. Could be good to go for. There's agility here, but our weapon doesn't scale with agility, so... Oh, there's +5 strength here as well. And +5 endurance. Okay. We have 60 strength. This is pretty good, honestly. We can have both of them equipped. Yeah, look at the scale, like, the scaling makes such a big difference. +148, +99. The Empyrean is probably still better. But we'll use the fire buff on this. All burn, baby. Oh my god, I hate this enemy so much. I'm so surprised this guy respawns. I want to see if he drops the big rune though. Yeah, the damage is good. I just need to actually be able to hit him though, which is the tough part because he literally never stops attacking. And his hitboxes are like ridiculous. Also, my stamina kinda getting wrecked. I can like inflict burn. What about Colossal Smash? I mean, it's okay. I mean, he gives 15k every time. If you could kill this guy quickly and not actually die to him, I guess you could farm. Probably something good to farm. Holy shit. Is there a deflect with the axe? Anybody knows? You know, this thing uses so much stamina though. We switched off the dual blades. Honestly, dude, the dual blades are kind of like my favorite weapon. They're actually really good. The longsword was really good as well though. Axe just has block. Okay. That sucks. I just wanted to try something different out. Yeah, I mean, like, look at the stamina consumption of this thing. It's 3 attacks and I'm out. I don't even think my stamina is that... I mean, I have 139. Or no, I have 32 endurance, which, I mean, that's like... It's not bad. Does hit very hard though. I do like the dual swords a lot. Yeah, you do get more stam after the 3rd light attack. It like refills you. I mean, the axe is doing a lot of freaking damage. Full combo is just eviscerating these dudes. Am I gonna end the game today? Probably, yeah.
No entry to reverent temple! Dragon returns! Approach! And die!
That move misses so much. Yeah, the stamina consumption is pretty rough. With the dual blades, it feels like you just don't even have to worry about stamina, which is definitely pretty nice. I don't think it's very easy to get a backstab with the axe either. Backstabbing with the dual blades is like crazy easy. Same with the longsword. The longsword has such a a quick charge R2. There was nothing else over this way, right? Oh, oh no, there was this pathway. We're getting so much currency from all these enemies now. We're definitely in the end game. Be enough for 2 levels, I think. Wait, we have 4 points? Oh, dealing melee damage to enemies also heals you. This one has a heal attached to it. That's pretty good. You can also send human enemies flying. Wishborn Pendant. Potency of HP recovery effects. Oh, look at that. Oh, stab attack power? Well, no, we don't do stab. I think we do slash. Well, actually, I don't know. The weapon has... This is the thing that's kind of confusing about weapons, is that it has all... It has all types. Its highest damage is blunt, but... I assume we're... Like, why does it list all 3? I mean, I guess all between all the different move sets, it has all 3 types. I guess I just don't know what to put on it. Reduces the power of weapon skills. I mean, we could use that. We can also take off the damage taken one for now. Maybe go for more damage. I really wish it said the amounts that it buffed, because... I mean, look at this. It's like, increases your weapon's slash attack power, but increases damage taken. Increases damage dealt, but also increases damage taken. But how much? Which, like, I have all these ones that sound similar, but I don't know which one's better. You know what I mean? Oh, we're here now, I just realized. Just know which one is best, yeah. Is there a good variety of weapons? I think there's 25 weapons total in this game. I'm not sure if that's including deluxe edition stuff, though. Damn, we just destroyed that guy. We're in like the last zone of the game, I'm pretty sure.
You. Word of your deeds at Snowfall Palace and Zhenwu Temple has reached my ears. Bai Ting Zhao, the former Governor General, he was your father, wasn't he? Your father once suppressed a rebellion for the Emperor and accomplished much in his time. The true dragon is about to be reborn. Will you rise and take your father's mantle and serve the great Ming dynasty?
I'm not sure what I should pick.
This symbol.
Oh, this guy's here.
WUCHANG, I thought you were in Analum. What are you doing here? Is that so? Well, even in the fiercest storms, I'd never forget where we disembarked. Quick, look at this symbol. Do you recognize it? I've seen this in ancient texts at the Reverend Temple. It's a mark of the Bow People. Could it be that those monsters are, in fact, the Bow People? This is strange. The Bow are merely a folk legend. Why would they suddenly appear now? Could they have been resurrected by some power, too?
Thank you for the Prime Subnutria.
There's no choice but to investigate further.
I mean, I don't know if I should talk to that lady. I don't like to make choices. Trying to find Skip. I'm just fucking around. The movement on this thing is ridiculous, though. I really don't understand how to control it, though. It's really weird. Damn, this shrine is so close. Surprised.
I've spent years studying the feathering and only recently learned of a divine object, a stone chisel, that could suppress it. The monsters haunting Worship's Rise sought this very item. Commander Hong managed to seize a fragment of this sacred object from those fiends. After days of research, we finally made some headway on the feathering. I thought we were on the verge of a breakthrough, but the divine object was devoured by that creature. If only the divine object was still here. In time, it could save all living souls. So it is! So it is! A way to save the suffering! Here, take this. It's the fruit of all my latest research on red mercury.
Calatus pill. Don't give this asshole item, we'll get bad ending. Oh, thanks for telling me after I gave him the fucking item.
There is hope.
Hey, Kilo, thank you for the 6 months, man. Surely there's more to it than just that guy. Hey, Wash Loops, thank you for the Prime sub. Was this divine object that fuels the rituals of Snowfall Palace and Zenwu Temple? Resurrection truly defies the will of heaven. Blood of the true dragon may it forge path to ascension. I have no stamina. That was the deciding factor. Well, that kind of pisses me off. You know, I would have been like, I like how somebody tells me after, like, whatever, man. I was talking to that guy for like, oh well. I would rather not know. Or at least if you're gonna tell me, fucking tell me before I make the decision.
I should have known. You've been meddling with fate all along. Bringing Bai back. We're almost there. This is what you've been after all along, isn't it? Bringing Bai. This is what you've been after.
Well, I'm curious about the lady at the temple. Yeah, I've used the plume branches a few times. They give you so many consumables in this game, but you can't really even use them,
There is hope.
which is really stupid. I mean, the thing, they give you 4 slots, but then there's 2 consumable items that are basically just required to have on your bar. The temperance and the heal. So you basically only have 2 inventory slots in this game, which is pitiful.
It's you. Word of your deeds at Snowfall Palace and Zhenwu Temple has reached my ears. Bai Zhao, the former Governor General, your father wants the true dragon is about to be reborn. Will you rise and take your father's mantle and serve the great Ming dynasty?
Honestly, I thought that this decision had more to do with like the ending than the other guy. I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. I feel like I should just show her the token.
Excellent. When this is all over, the Bai family's name will shine once again. The world should have united under the Great Ming, when all the puzzles have fallen into place, and the true dragon is reborn. You, I, and all who still breathe, we shall all bear witness. The Taoist has made preparations. Head to the burning cave, see how things are coming along. If anything's amiss, report back at once.
The burning
The
cave.
Taoist has made preparations.
Where the fuck is the burning cave?
The Emperor's coffin lies within the burning cave ahead. It seems the Imperial Guards are after the same goal. They must have the object we haven't found yet.
I guess that's where I just was.
Oh, people's resurrection. It's all connected. Time is of the essence. Don't worry about me. Hurry to the burning cave. If you can retrieve the object before they do, we may have a chance to save Bai Yu.
is hope.
Bringing by you. This is what you've been after.
I'll have you pay!
There's definitely a phase 2 on this fight. Not too bad. We would definitely shred him with the dual. We would shred him so hard with the dual blades, I imagine. The dual blades are honestly crazy. They really are. I think the stamina is what makes the dual blades so good. Because, like, the axe is good, but you end up just out of stamina a lot of the time. Why don't you keep playing them? Because I want to try other weapons. Really that hard to figure out, my man? Fucked up. definitely a phase 2.
It withstood strong for 277 prosperous years, and ours, the Ming dynasty, has woefully fallen. But while an empire can perish, you can never erase its honor! You forged realm. Who held fast? I shall restore Ming. And I had such power then,
Where the fuck is he going?
wolves would stand no longer.
I always forget about the weapon switching attacks. Not that I... Okay. Oh my god, he's so far away.
Empire would still stand strong, if not for traitors and rebels! Suffer excruciating pain! Yet rebels dead
That
to
move.
reign the capital. Invaders, no fear. I will claim the Ming.
Oh shit. Oh, that did like nothing.
Treacherous Defend, but not defeat.
Your Majesty!
Watch out! So, the true dragon's blood beckons.
Well, time for the bad ending, because I gave that bozo the thing. I guess. Maybe it's a good ending. Oh right, we're not even plus 10 yet. Maybe there's more than I did. There's more to this than I thought. Absorb any incoming spell directed at you and gain Skyborn Might, then unleash it in a powerful explosion. That's pretty cool. Plus 10, baby. Nice. Yeah, I gotta say the lifesteal on that weapon was was crazy. That boss was pretty easy though. What the hell is that?
To think there was such a place beneath the burning cave. Years of searching, only to find it beneath my very feet. This is the essence of immortality. The legends were true. This is the Hall of Ascension. Thanks to that chisel of yours,
Give it back.
Here. I am one step closer to my ascension. Thanks to that chisel.
Should give you the option to kill this guy and get the chisel back. I regret my decisions. Dude, let me up. Oh. What about the other one, though? There was another one of these back in the previous area. I don't know if that's the final boss, guys. I mean, we're still playing the game. Oh, come on. Oh my god, dude, it's just like non-stop fucking shit being... what the fuck, man? Lifesteal is so good. That was a copy pasta from yesterday, chat. I don't think there's a hitbox while it's coming down. Oh, okay, god, dude, the items in this game are they just piss me off so much. It's so dumb. Surely he can't hit me through the ground, right? Oh my god, I should have healed. I just missing all of my attacks. Let's see what's up here. Camera keeps like zooming out. It's weird. Oh god, it's another one of these guys. Okay. There's so many consumables I want to use, but I just like I don't care enough to go into the menu. Want to die again. Bro. What the? It's so fast! Like, I can't even fucking react to it. It just like, the fucking crossbow, the bolts are like hit scan or some shit. I'm like, I was literally waiting for it, trying to react to the crossbow, and I can't. You have to just like dodge the moment he just fucking moves. We would probably obliterate this guy with the fucking dual blades, though. He hits so hard. Pay your respects.
Everything comes at a cost. Some dreams may come true, but they are not what they seem.
Is it a pendant? Slightly reduces damage taken. Slightly. What is it with games and just not telling you what effects are? Gunner outfit's enabled. Bro, you think this is Gunner? It can get much more ridiculous. What is this fucking enemy, man? Holy shit. Oh, so I guess this is all just a side path, from what I can tell. Or maybe this... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the red looks better. Alright, well, guess we run back. What the hell is that? This enemy is an actual fucking menace. Like, he just doesn't stop. You need to I mean, if you backstab him, it's fine. It's just... Holy fuck. They just don't stop. Mention when there's a missable encounter that's not obvious. Yeah, that's fine. I already I gave the NPC the... Oh, fuck. I already gave the NPC the talisman thing, which apparently chat was telling me I shouldn't have done. Hopefully it's not that big of a deal. Do you actually need to go back and fight Discount Ishin already? I thought it didn't matter. Because I already did his like quest and stuff. He was like waiting for me at the field, but do I actually need to go fight him already? But yeah, I mean, I know it doesn't tell you to go back, but like, I mean, I was planning on going back to him. I just assumed it was like an end game fight, so I didn't. I didn't want to go there yet. I mean, even though I'm pretty stacked, I guess. My souls are somewhere in the water, but you can't see them. I mean, it's only like 20k. It's not that big of a deal. It's just... It's really stupid. It's really dumb that you just can't see them when they're in the water. I don't remember where I died exactly. It doesn't help that the interaction radius for this shit is like non-existent. Whatever, dude. I just don't want to die in the water again and keep losing my souls. I'm not sure how I got a backstab, but I'll take it. When the avians fell, those devoted to their homeland lingered. Their bodies were taken, their souls anchored. Towering bones now stand guard over the capital. This was once the heart of the ancient Shu, treacherous and unforgiving. Turn back or join the restless dead. Why is that outfit allowed? Allowed where? Like, what do you even mean? Have you seen Stellar Blade? The hell are those things? I think this just bypasses the path. Who is shooting at me? Oh. I see. All the enemies here are just kind of like fodder. That was weird. Yeah, I was lagging a little bit there. And this rampage move misses so much. At least it gives us lifesteal though. The lifesteal is very good. I see somebody up there. Oh, a shortcut? I think so. Wow, this thing is slow as fuck, though. Why did they make some of these elevators so slow? Okay. Oh, we're right by the shrine. Nice little shortcut. I'm not sure if there's any other 5-point nodes I can go for. There's +5 agility, but we don't really need that. These madness skills are probably really good. Honestly, I haven't really messed with them much. Maybe we can get the increased duration. Oh, it also gives... Oh no, it doesn't give damage, but that's fine. Alright. Sorry, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be right back. Alright. Yo, Emerald, thank you for the 108 months. Thank you very much. And this elevator sucks. Oh, what the? Ooh. Who did that? All the way over there? You kidding me? Okay, the rampage move misses so much. It's kind of absurd. Oh, it's this fucking guy again. Oh, fuck. Not me. You guys keep fighting each other. To try to disable the scroll. I'm gonna try to disable this thing shooting at me first. Then I'll come back. Oh, hello, ma'am. What? No fucking way. Wait. Well, I guess I got time to ride the super fucking slow ass elevator again. Dude, okay, this is like obscene. Why did they this is why are they so slow? I haven't been down here. I mean, the thing is, this game is on Game Pass, so if you have Game Pass, you can try it for free. I mean, well, it's not free, but you know what I mean. You're meant to go onto this platform with this enemy, I think. Hopefully it doesn't knock me off. That's cool. I like how you can't jump in this. I mean, maybe I'm not, but I don't fucking know. Where am I even supposed to go? Why there's like a slight gap. I gotta go fucking... Oh my god, I gotta ride two... Oh, fuck, man. This is horrible. I gotta ride up this thing and then fucking back. There's no way they aren't gonna make these faster. This is like not a this. I mean, I understand, you know, maybe like you want the player to take in the views or whatever, but this is fucking ass. Damn, big money. There's a guy over there. I don't think we lost that many souls. I'm gonna just go this way for now. Please don't knock me off the ledge. Jesus. Here we go again. Yo, it's the fucking air tree. What the hell? I didn't see that before. Oh, okay, wait. I see. We're supposed to... It was that platform that I got the item on before. I see what we were supposed to do. There could be a shortcut or like a shrine down here or something though. Should probably look around just in case we fuck something up, but well, actually, maybe. All right, no. We're fine. For my souls? I don't know. Need to go onto that platform. even add plunge attacks to this game, honestly. You can't get like, oh, whatever. You can't get any fucking distance when you walk off of a ledge. I swear, there's like a ton of situations where you'd think you'd be able to hit a plunge, but then you miss by a tiny bit because when you run, like watch this. If I run off the ledge, right, I barely get any distance. A lot of time you just miss. Also, it doesn't help that you can only aim the camera. You can't aim the camera like all the way down. It has like a limit, so it's hard when you're like going down ledges and stuff. It's kind of hard to see. Ooh, he's got a mask. Ah, yes. I mean, I have a ton of healing, actually. I mean, look at this. I have 15 fucking soul grass. Dude. Oh my god, I'm sorry, chat. I'm such a broken record, but how did this item system make it through QA? Or like, I mean, I don't know if that's a QA thing, but it's just... God, they give you there's so many consumables, and I would use them, but I don't want to go into, I don't want to be playing fucking menu simulator, you know what I mean? Oh, there's a shrine here. Like 4 item slots would be fine if the temperance and the flask both had their like a dedicated button of some kind. Because then you would at least have 4 item slots. I could deal with that, but you really only have 2 item slots in this game total. And that's fucking absurd. That is absurd. I guess we'll go towards this 5-bit, maybe. I mean, agility doesn't do anything for us, sadly, but it's probably still worth it just for the 5-bit. Hey, Cold Wave, thank you for the 10 months. They didn't expect you to have to use healing items? What are you even saying? How are any of you guys defending this? Look at my fucking inventory. And look at how many consumables I have. And you're fucking telling me, like, get out of here with that nonsense. I mean, it's something that they could definitely change in an update. I really do think. I mean, maybe it's intentional design. Like, I don't understand why they would give you so many consumables and make it so incredibly annoying to use them. You can't open your inventory because the game doesn't pause. So if you enter your inventory, you have to like look through all this shit, and then, you know, you're just gonna get hit out of the inventory. Foolish dream of reunion binds the soul to an eternal existence. Awake from this longing and strife, for the wheel of fate turns beyond our mortal lives. The wheel turns anew. That sounds like the better option. Do these doors only open if you answer correctly? Is that how they work?
Ah, you've arrived, little one. Behold,
That's the boatman.
your final destination. Oh, it's too late for second thoughts now, girl. A place to call your own isn't the worst fate, is it? Go on. Go on. Step through that false door and face the truth that lies beyond. And fear not. As long as you're still in this dream, you've got endless chances to try and try again.
He said I have to go through the false door. Holy shit, is that Demon of Hatred? Kinda looks like Demon Princes. Close to staggering. Yeah, the late game's been cool. I was kind of criticizing the enemy variety, but I feel like the enemy variety has actually been okay. It's been there's been like a fair bit of different enemies throughout the game. Oh, is this the false door? I don't know, this wall seems kind of sus. Oh wait, this also looks sus though. Oh, no, I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe this lever will open one of these doors, probably. Oh, maybe not. Oh. Oh, they both opened. Okay. Well, it points me that way, so I'm going this way. Oh, dang it. So tanky. This is probably the false door. Wait a sec. Oh, we're just back here. No, I mean, the game is good. The reviews are mainly because of performance, I believe. I think the game's pretty good. For the free edition, can access deluxe edition items. So they already fixed that. I guess technically if you play unpatched, then you can get access to all the items. Wait a sec, are we just... I'm a bit confused. There was another pathway that opened up when we pulled that previous one. It's the thing. Blood I offer that divine power may flow, a relic I wield to strike down my foe, my soul I give to shield all I cherish, myself I sacrifice so the avians won't perish. Okay, you know what? I bet we could do this at least. We can definitely get to that item. I don't understand how to control the, like, direction of this thing, though. Come on, baby. Like, dude, oh my god, the way that... Oh man, maybe not. It's just controlling the direction of it is, like, so difficult. I don't think it's a wall, guys. I think the movement of this is just really jank. Why would there be a fucking invis wall here? Like, let's think with our brains for 1 second. So jank, man. The bait. The thing is, chat, this game is not Black Myth Wukong. They don't just put invis walls like in places that are not, you know, I guarantee, I absolutely motherfucking guarantee that you can just walk over that ledge and drop down. There's no fucking way in hell that you can't. And there's no way that they put a fucking invis wall here until you get to the other side. There's just you can't jump in this game. And the weapon art is jank as fuck. Would it save a lot of time? It probably wouldn't save anything. It's probably just a random fucking useless item. I'm just messing around. As somebody who has been speedrunning for 12 years, I guarantee there is no fucking invis wall there. The physics system in this game is just really, it's really weird, and there's ledge protection on everything. I'm gonna drop down. Oh my god, lady. Ledge protection is a new concept. I mean, ledge protection is in like Sekiro, for example. Dude, this place is this place is confusing. Okay, so that's back up where we just dropped down from. I assume if I go around this way, we're gonna get over to that item I was trying to skip to. Oh my god, wow, we went down the we did it. Anyways. Ooh, a new mask. It's okay. All right. Well, there's two different ways we can go. We need to remember we can. There's like another path. Yeah, I'm enjoying the game a lot. I mean, it's not like amazing, but it's. I mean, I'm having enough fun with it where I'm wanting to play it more. Oh, another red feather. Interesting. Oh, we got a... The hell is this? That's the storyteller guy.
You're a tenacious one. Never thought you'd make it this far, young un. Me? Oh, I'm many things. A wandering bard, yes. But also, Duria, a deity worshipped in the shrines of Shu. I take on the forms I choose, shifting, adapting, endlessly. Tell me, what else do you seek to know, young man? Here lies the ancient Shu capital, entombed forever after the Great War of the Avians and Bieling. Further in, you'll find the Avian altar. The Avians learned the secrets of the heavens and used the altar to craft red mercury, aiming to bend fate itself and reach godhood. A pity that such power, defying the natural order.
I don't think there's any bosses that I skipped. There's one optional boss though that we have unlocked. I'm not gonna do it yet. I'm saving it till I get a bit stronger.
The shards were tools they used for their rituals, the keys to warping reality. After my battle with the Bieling, the source of their power shattered and scattered across the land, remaining hidden for centuries. Those shards, I'll bet you've got some on you, don't you? Tell me, what else do you seek to know, young man? Oh, your lingering obsession with life and death, that's what drives you. Everything comes at a cost. Some dreams may come true, but they are not what they seem. An old friend awaits just ahead. They're expecting you. Still chasing illusions.
Oh, a new spell.
Then go on. Take that leap forward.
I wonder if there's a shrine up ahead. There's a spirit spring. Okay, hold on. I don't want to drop down because I want to check the other area. There's an invisible bridge to walk on. Okay. This is a big area. I will keep an eye out though, I guess. Have I fought bow sorcerer? Yeah, we are way past that point, my man. This is all you have to goon to in the UK. Oh man, what is this area? I was over here. Wait, is this the... Yeah, this is the elevator. Okay. Is this where the guy was fighting before? Oh, okay. Okay, then. I liked Wukong a lot. Honestly, I think Wukong would have been, like, really, really good for me if... I wish that there was more, like... I wish that he had different weapons, or maybe... I mean, I know the staff, I guess, is, like, his thing. So, I don't know, it just... It didn't really feel like there was enough variety in the skill tree. It was just all very basic. The stances barely made any difference in Wukong. Like, all the stances had the same R1 move set. You get like one new move in each stance, and that's it. From the wall, man. like how big the AoE on that is. That's ridiculous. Holy shit, this enemy, dude. What the hell? Wait a sec, this is the path. I'm just going in circles at this point, but oh my god, I'm out of stamina all the time. I can't do anything, dude. Did I kill the boss witch with red wings? I don't know, man. Maybe. I know I was here already. I know. We're just farming currency at this point. Okay, this is where the, yeah, this is where the door was in the shrine. Oh, the bird is here again. I'm not actually sure where I'm meant to go now, though. We are quite dirty. Alright, so... I'm not sure if I missed a path, or I think a path opened up that I didn't see, or I don't know where it is. So we are just going in circles. I mean, maybe it's back towards the beginning. This is the pathway I opened there. I just don't understand where I'm actually... Maybe it's over this way. I was here already. I don't know, guys. I'm really lost. There's a path that opened up somewhere. I don't know where it is. I don't think it's down this way. Yeah, this is like at the start. Game of shiny pebbles. Yeah, but that's not really... That wouldn't really solve the issue that I have, which is... There was a path that opened up that I did not notice, or... Is that you actually need to find an invisible path here? Did I jump down where the storyteller was? I don't know if I actually... No, I did not. I guess that's where I need to go. Although there is... Oh, I found it. This is a crazy area for like farming though. You can get so many levels here. Everything actually drops like so much stuff. Oh, it's a shrine. Don't kill me, please. Oh. Do I want to go there? Oh, fuck. I need a bath. Yeah, I'm looking a little dirty. And turn off the key hints on the left side of the screen. What is that, a game option? I don't really mind the auto hide. There's another one of these doors. Hello, boombox. Oh, we're back here. Okay. And then this path was back... Wait a sec, was it... It was this way to the old man, wasn't it? Or no, this is a dead end. No, it was up that way. I think, right? Or am I... Where the fuck is the old guy? Oh god, I'm so confused, chat. Was it down below? I don't even remember how to get back there, dude. Fuck. I'm lost. I thought it was by... It's by... Isn't he by the shrine down below? 7 points, damn. There really isn't any other big stat bonuses that I can go for anymore. Like 5 pointers. I think we went for like almost all of them. I mean, I guess we could go for the 5 endurance this way. Where do I go to this one or the other one, dude? I don't. Oh, fuck. Was he this way? I hate these fucking bamboo shoot guys. They're so annoying. Right, no, we just opened the shortcut here. Oh my god, chat, I'm fucking losing my mind. Where is this fucking place? Everything just fucking loops back on itself. Oh my fucking god. Enemy just does like 17 hit combos. It's fucking that's ridiculous. I mean, you're not really backseating because I've already been there. I don't know. I guess we'll ride the elevator up again. Just takes me back up top though, so. Oh, that's great. That's fucking fantastic. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't fucking remember. I'm just going in circles. Like, I genuinely have no fucking clue how I got there. Can somebody please, for the love of God, help me? Because I am so utterly confused and I hate this right now. Yeah, but the spirit spring was by the old guy. That's the problem. I don't remember where the old guy is. It's not over there. It's not that way. Maybe it is that way. Just we didn't we go over here before? Didn't we literally just do this, chat? Or am I crazy? There's an elevator here. Like, we were just here. Unless, is there another path? This is not right. I fucking know I'm going in circles, bro. You don't have to fucking tell me. This is just back at the fucking start though, chat. Like, I don't understand. Was he through one of the doors? A floating rock. That's just the invisible pathway that we are you I feel like I'm fucking losing my mind. Are you talking about this? Because we just went there. There's nothing there. I don't know. I'm tempted to go check my fucking past broadcast at this point, because I don't feel like anybody in chat can help me right now. Like, nobody... nobody fucking knows. This door connects... This is from the invisible pathway. This door connects here. It just all go... We're just literally going in circles. Panda is a dead end, though. I don't know. I don't know. I actually might go check my VOD. I don't know, man. I really don't know. Okay. Problem was, for some reason I was thinking this spot was a dead end. Like, for some reason in my mind, I already marked this area as a dead end, and every time I came back here, I was just like, oh, it's just, there's nothing here. Because I tried to cheese that item, and then it like looped around back to the stairwell where I picked up the item, and then I guess because of that, I just thought it was a dead end. Yeah, we opened the door by the panda here. This place is going nowhere. No, there was like a drop down. We just didn't do it. Yeah, my apologies. I should have just checked the VOD. It's so frustrating when you've been somewhere, but you just can't put the pieces together. Like you remember the area, like I distinctly remember this area with the old man. I just could not remember how I actually got there. This game is just so big. It's so easy to just like mix everything up. I don't know. My memory is not very good. I feel like I've done an okay job with most areas. That was the first time that I've actually felt like truly lost and confused. Oh, Jesus. Wait a second, is this? I think this might be a shortcut. Wait, maybe. Oh dear God. I don't know if this is a shortcut. I don't think I've been down here because I fought one of those Demon of Hatreds, but it was not in this area. Jesus, there's so many of them. I think I've only found 2 of these dough figurines, like, this entire game. And I haven't really had that many issues with, like, the enemies. It's more so just getting lost. Dude, we have 86 of these cures in storage. Featherfall Marsh. Oh my god. Okay, it's like, I don't know. Maybe maybe we go a little bit further forward and look for a shrine. I don't know, man. I'm starting to think the shrine or shortcut is probably the other way. They were not fucking around with the shrines in this game. Like, it's really hard to some of the run backs and the distance between some of these shrines is actually, like, really brutal. Oh my god, I thought I was stuck in the ground. She has thongs and stuff. Only if you buy the deluxe edition. I don't think I have a single one of those. It's kind of funny, actually. Oh, wait, we're literally right here. Wait a sec. What? Now I'm even more... Now I'm even more confused. What the fuck is going on? Was this pathway open before? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Am I going in circles? Where the fuck do I even go? Did we clear the marsh? Oh, wait a sec. Okay, so I think this lever didn't work before? Or... I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Because we didn't fucking... I'm so confused. The path must have been blocked before. Because otherwise, what was the point of all of that? These guys, honestly. They had a duel, that was rude. Yeah, well. I want their money. What the heck was that giant bronze arrow? You know, it's funny, when I killed that last boss, I genuinely thought the game might be over already. But then again, somebody in chat said I have, like, a ton left, so... I guess that was a dumb assumption to make. Yeah, the lifesteal is really good. There's so many of these enemies. I really don't do that much damage with the axe, even though I mean it's plus 10. Like our DPS, I wonder how the dual blades would do here. We would probably kill him so fast. I beat the final boss. Yeah, I thought so. Lifesteal on this shit is like, it's just broken. Oh. I think that was the bridge that I saw before. Like the other pathway that I could have went down just goes to the same area. Oh, what the? Oh, that looks cool. Oh, Jesus. The right part of the legendary soul bird allows passage on a sacred pilgrimage. Wow. Yeah, this constant corruption is kind of a pain in the butt. I think those improve status resist, right? Heed the teachings of the primordial deity to unlock this gate. Well, shit. There was another hidden door like that in the start of the game. Yeah, I remember. Okay, well, we have the 2 shards. What does this bridge lead to, though? Avian tier. Oh my god, 100k mercury. Also grants max madness. Damn. That's a lot of mercury. This is such a big, expansive area. Your souls, man. Thank you. What's crazy is I think those enemies respawn. Surely there's like a shrine. Oh, it's the okay. So I think you hold up the 2 parts into the light. Oh, I guess there's nowhere else to go. I hope that there's not a shrine I missed down here. Because if I didn't and there's a boss fight here, that's gonna be a fucking horrible run back. Also, there was the shrine that we found in the previous area that told us we could return to ruined, the ruined rise? I don't know, it'll probably be fine. I don't think we missed any shrine. Maybe we did. You know, it's almost like you could just let me play the game. You don't have to tell me, man. Aha. I'm curious about these doors where it says you have to heed the wisdom. Damn, this place is cool. Holy shit. Honestly, I don't really want to fight these guys. They're just chilling anyways. Why'd the music stop? Yeah, I don't know. Hold on, we can go buy some new stuff, and there's also another boss fight that we can do too. Where were we going for? I think we were going for that endurance. Although, isn't there endurance in like the longsword tree? Oh yeah. Hey, Backpack Thompson, thank you for the 4 months, buddy. Thank you very much, sir. Where is... Where's this guy?
Hey, you made it. You found it beneath the burning cave? So that's what the fuss was about. It collapsed. I'd heard the ground under the burning cave was hollow. I wanted to dig around, but that Taoist kept a close watch. Never got the chance. But this time... I know I'll strike it big once my leg recovers. Come back soon. Hey, you made it.
Give me
Got
all
some
your
new
stuff.
For ya.
Pretty sure we already have these weapons.
Come back soon.
I missed 2 bosses in this area. Did I really? Well, I'll go fight him, but I don't want to run through the entire game again. It might not be rage bait. There's a boss in the Bow Capital that apparently I was supposed to... Apparently there's a boss in the Bow Capital that gives like a one-handed sword, but
What treasures do you have for me today?
I don't know where it was.
Let me make an assessment. Ah, that piece belongs to the Imperial Court. Not bad. You got this from the Imperial Guards, didn't you? The Imperial Guards stayed in town for months, tearing through the place looking for anything valuable. And now we've got a fresh batch of weirdos in town. Worship's Rise ain't big enough for all these important folks.
Through Dragon's Hood. Okay, so I mean, if I miss bosses, feel free, if you could guide me. Choose Sanctum upstairs across the bridge. Okay. The boss behind the red door, yeah, very funny. The door opened, my man. Hey, wait, where did you say it is? Across the bridge? Yeah, I guess I never went this way, did I? I did not. The game might need a reboot. I feel like it doesn't even say, I don't even think frame gen is on anymore. It like turned itself off somehow. Hold on, I'm gonna restart the game. Hey, Lincolnstein, thank you for the 64 months. Thank you, man. Man, I've already played this game for 29 hours. Wait, 27. Never mind. Steam was bugging out. You rolled credits at 22. I mean, I could have already beaten the game too if I wasn't switching my build constantly and trying to loot every single item in every area. Hey, Envy, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, maybe, Pete. Doesn't matter, guys. People can play. Oh my god. People can play games however they want. It's gonna be a shortcut. Okay. Oh, that. Yeah, I can't even be mad about that one. The axe is okay. I think the longsword or the dual blades are the best weapons. Though I haven't messed with the spear that much. The dual blades are just I don't know, they're like fucking crazy in my opinion. So the DP, the thing about the dual blades is that you just like never run out of stamina using them. The axe gets you get life steal on the axe though, which is pretty strong. I did my build was the dual blades with fire, the fire buff and like all the fire benedictions, and you know, when I stagger an enemy, I just do like 10,000 damage. It's just obscene. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna look up here. Yeah, you can get the life steal. Oh right, we're here. Sure. There's lifesteal on the back attacks. On what weapon? It's a relic thing? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was mainly just, whenever I used the dual blades, I would heal off of, like, parrying enemies. But you can't always parry. Wait. Did it loot the item in there? Because I didn't think I actually looted it. Or he killed me. Or did I? I guess I did. Or it's just lost forever. I did before he killed me. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe it's in the donation box. Damn, dude, I missed so much in this area. What the hell? Well, thank you, whoever told me. Not that I was planning on beating the game yet anyways, but... I don't know, there's still the other pathway we'll have to go down. But I guess for now, we'll just keep exploring this direction.
Relic's presence. So, the Imperial Guard. Surrender the honor the primordial. I may.
Yeah, these things like heal you, right? Yeah.
Foolish mortal, be gone! What of this world's suffering can you possibly mend?
Where the fuck did that even come from? I had a feeling... Oh. Oh, they're like... Okay. And I can't help but want to make sure that I just fully exploring everything, because there's fucking 3 pathways, man. It's like I don't know which one to go down. You wanna go? Bad idea, bozo. These bunny buns, yeah, they're mine. They're all mine. I can't believe how big of an area we missed. Like, holy moly. It did feel like that area was quite short. Yo, what's up, Zarian? I can actually use the cannons. Woohoo! This fucking guy and his... Yeah, I'm not allowed to heal. I'm not allowed to heal. He's just gonna attack 5,000 times in a row. That's cool, man. That fucking enemy is so annoying, and then you finally get on them and they instantly shoot you with their crossbow for 80% of your health. Thanks for saving me. Should you get Sekiro or WUCHANG? Probably Sekiro. But I mean, WUCHANG you can get for like $10 since it's on Game Pass, so I don't know how much Sekiro costs. Where the hell did the guy that killed me before even come from? Oh, there he is. He's fighting other people. Give you time to think about your mistakes. True. Jeez, man. Chill, dude. My god. Man, it's fucking crazy. How long do games like this usually stay on Game Pass? I don't know. Sun pendant. Potency of spells. We're getting so much blood. Dude, this area is fucking crazy. Like, I can't believe I missed so much. Oh my god, this guy. Oh, I'm so surprised that still dodged. Okay. Yo, what's up, Auntie? Thank you for the 76 months, man. Alright, I guess we just keep going down.
Power of Featherlight is a divine gift. A wretch like you is unworthy. Under his wing, our plan nears its end. Stand in my way.
Okay, time to run back for 10 years. That's great. How is there not a fucking shrine, bro? What the fuck? This is the worst run back I've seen in the game yet. And it's like not even close. There must be a shrine in that like main area with the 3 paths. There's got to be something there because this is crazy. Or anything in here? Okay, this is where... Oh. Nice. Oh! God damn it, dude. Do we strike the shrine to reveal it? Probably. You probably don't have to get grabbed. Hey, Obscura, thank you for the 54 months. Thank you, man. Oh, we had just enough for 2 levels. Nice. Try the parry dual blade. Yeah, I know it's good. I was using the dual blades for a while. I know. I know. I've been trying like all the weapons out. Honestly, most Souls-like games don't really have skill trees like this. Or Souls-likes, I should say. I don't know if I would compare it to Neo. I mean, it's like a unique concept for this because everything in this game is tied to the skill tree, right? Like your weapon upgrades are tied to your character level, and well, they also have like a material you need, but it's I think it's interesting. It's honestly, it's like PoE. I mean, it's like a PoE skill tree.
A wretch like you is unworthy.
He doesn't attack
Under
that
his blessing,
often.
our plan nears its end. Stand in my way, and I will crush you.
Gonna attack soon.
Fate is a snare without an end.
Fuck off.
Even with the relic, you cannot break free.
Whoa! What's up? Jeez. Twin Lion Pendant. Power of Discipline skills. Oh, there's a shrine. Nice. Oh, she's not there anymore. I wonder if you'd be able to cross that gap. I don't know if you're even meant to be able to get there. Guess we can start going for the agility. Damn.
All this, our efforts still in vain. So, this is you who comes to the will return. Your fate is sealed. I believe
I feel kind of bad. I'm sorry, Hongwan. But I'm sorry, you weren't strong enough. A bag. Release 7 blood-hued feathers that home in on enemies. Can be given to a distinguished character at the Reverend Temple. Where the hell am I now? Oh, I know where we are. We're at like the burned path from the start of the game. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe how much I missed. Like, we just fucking speedran through this zone. Oh, wait a sec, are we is this the... Oh, never mind, I thought I knew where we were. nice. I just can't do it. I can't clash with this guy is the problem. Oh. Oh, an axe? Wait. Oh, I might have gotten baited. Dang it. Shu Sanctum besieged. The Reverend Temple stands imperiled. Warriors rally to our side post haste. Oh, there's a spell here. Oh, this is a spell that gives you health recovery. Some of the outfits. There's some nice ones. I like this one. Panda hat is the best, though. You guys are chill. Ooh. What's in here? We have like a ton of heal upgrades we need to use that I kind of forgot about. Is this the ladder that I saw before? I think it was that ladder. The like ledge protection on this shit is ridiculous. I don't know why I'm even trying to do this, but I'm just kind of curious if it's possible. Has it ever worked for you? No. That's so jank. Yeah, you just, I don't know, whatever. I'm done trying. It's not worth it. From the upper platform, there's a wall. From the upper platform diagonally? Yeah, but the ledge protects you from falling. If there wasn't ledge protection, it would probably work. We drop further down here.
Foolish mortal, you tread upon sacred soil.
Oh shit.
Offer this blood, that the primordial deity may feast upon it.
Can I get up, please?
Suffer judgment.
Holy.
By divine decree, they fall.
Big sword you got there, lady. Oh. Ow. Oh. Holy sh... I don't think there was any other pathway up top. Cursed run back. I mean, you can just go down the ladder. So it's not that bad.
Foolish mortal, you tread upon sacred soil.
It's not great.
Offer this blood. Let the primordial deity may feast upon it.
Thought she would do the follow-up.
Come a little closer.
Oh, he actually knocked her down. Nice.
Suffer judgment. By divine decree, they fall.
Damn, that looks pretty cool.
Defy the heavens, unforgivable.
He's like dancing. What are you doing?
Heretics suffer judgment. By divine
Wait, you're doing it again?
They fall.
You just did that. fucking cooked. Don't get greedy. Unless she has a phase 2, which I don't think she does. Magus Eyepiece.
This twisted path I have tread.
I don't know why these tutorial pop-ups. Okay. Well, I think this is a dead end. There was one more pathway back at the Shoe Temple. Oh, I actually don't have enough. Yeah, I definitely like this game more than Notria for sure. Okay, yeah, there's so much. Yeah, like there was so much stuff that we missed. That's crazy. All right, let's go back to the Shoe Sanctum real quick. Oh yeah, let me upgrade my healing stuff. Good idea. I have I don't know how many healing upgrades I have, but it's quite a bit. Just one of each, I guess. Oh, we can hit the final one here. Nice. Fully purify your mana vase. Oh, we have this too. Okay, we have 13 heals. That's kind of absurd. We also have like a lot of health. We have almost 1600 HP. What level are we actually? 103. Another remembrance. Ah, shit! That was a little greedy. We're okay. This is me holding the direction, by the way. It's like, oh my god, it's so slow. I have 14 heals. There's probably 15 total. That's fucking crazy how many you can get. Look at the new skills. What, the spells? I mean, the thing is, I can't even use the spells unless I have the feather charges. Okay, I thought maybe there was just like an invis bridge here. Why is there... Is there any other bosses I missed in this area, chat? Because... I feel like there's still one more that I didn't fight. Hidden path on the ledge. Well, there was a boss that I have still not fought. Maybe it's here though. Maybe it's the final boss. Unless, is there a boss? Is there any bosses I missed in Bow Capital? Because I'm starting to feel like there's only 3 locations here, which... Well, yeah, there's the old man, but that's not what I'm talking about. The door that I needed, the power of the primordial. Yeah, the power of the primordial. I don't know. There's a boss called the Feathery Ambition, but I think that might be the final boss. Well, I guess we should just go to the tomb. I think we probably got. We're probably good now, I think. Oh shit.
Here I stand.
I'm gonna go get a drink. We need to put on some better armor. I'll be right back though. All right, I'm back. I got a plum chat, so I'm gonna eat this real quick. This plum is so good, dude. Oh my god. When fruit is like perfectly ripe, it's so good. No, it's true though. Like, I don't know, man. Sometimes, you know, they sell like fruit year round, but if you don't get it when it's like in season, it's so bad. Best fruit? I don't know, man. It's whatever you're in the mood for. I like kiwi, but it like kind of like fucks up your mouth. Watermelon is good, but it needs to be... Like, I've had so much mid-watermelon before. Like, if you have a really... Like, a really crisp... sweet watermelon, it's really good. But sometimes it's, like, watery and... the texture is bad. I mean, I know it's all made of water, but, like... You know what I mean.
The Empire crumbles. Yet here I stand.
Jesus, dude. Chill, bro. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. I'm gonna put on better armor. definitely does. He should be doing slash damage, I think. Well, he's doing slash and frostbite. I wish there was a way to like sort. Honestly, the whole North general gear is probably good. Well, I already transmogged this gear before, I guess. Skill that provides a shield. Yeah, the spell. I have that. Yeah, it's the divine ward. Already, the fucking damage reduction is already gonna run out. Taking a little too hard here. Okay, bro, what the fuck is that? When do I get to heal? Like, seriously, dude. Every single one of his moves spawn illusions? Am I just not allowed to heal? He did like I mean, his combos don't have fucking healing opportunity. Well, okay, there's probably some healing opportunity, but I wish there was like a skill that made it so you could heal faster with the fucking flask. It is so slow in this game. You just unlocked him? Yeah, I mean, I know. I was fucking destroying him. It's just that's not really an issue. That's an issue with like the balance, not really the boss itself. All right, anyways.
The Empire crumbles. Here I stand.
This is kind of fucked up, being able to do that. Oh, it just double used it. Carried me. This is ridiculous. I did it for the believers!
I understand.
Fun fight. Yeah, yeah. Unlocking the final temper slot. Oh. Yeah. Oh man, that combo that you can do with the axe, I mean, I don't know, that's just ridiculous. Like, I was just I don't know, the rampage skill on the, I think that's what it's called. The rampage skill is insane. And the damage negate, we were straight up just face tank. We could just face tank. That was pretty dumb. Kind of feel bad for cheesing it, but you know, that's just kind of how it goes. I mean, hell, like when I played Elden Ring the first time, I killed Millennia like second try because I just fucking destroyed her with the mimic summon and blasphemous blades. But yeah, it's this skill. Yeah, rampage. Like this skill has an ability. Wait. Wait, where is the healing skill? Am I blind? Oh yeah, no, it's right here. For a while after using Rampage, dealing melee damage to enemies also heals you. And the buff lasts for fucking, I don't know, like 30 seconds. You can just do the full, like you do the full 4-hit combo, and then you rampage. But the thing is, after you rampage, you can go into the combo chain. Like it's only 3 hits if you rampage. So you just get you can just like infinite loop. Pay your respects.
Your sufferings have been avenged. May you rest in peace, brothers.
Oh, we got an armor set. For the old man now. Took his clothes. Every weapon has a broken skill to abuse, and magic in the game is insane. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, dual blades were crazy as well. It just... I don't know. We definitely just, like, brute forced that boss down. It was mainly because of the lifesteal, though.
Hey, you made it. Now, that's a fine piece of work. But how come you have it? Flashing their swords about. They won't get away this time. Come back soon.
He has something else.
Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you. Come back soon. Hey, you made it. Got some new stuff for you.
Souls games have great balancing. Yeah, I mean, well, I assume you're being sarcastic, but... Hey, Swansea, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, I mean, like, look at all the Elden Ring no-hit runs are just, like, running around the map and getting disgustingly OP and then killing all the bosses in, like, 4 fucking hits. Which, like... Yeah, that's just... That's Elden Ring. Hey, Lopaka, thank you for the 37 months. Alright, hold on, let's check this armor. Oh yeah, the other merchant. You're right, you're right. I never remember how to get to this guy. And I do this every time. Oh, here he is.
What treasures do you have for me today? Let me
Oh
make
my
an
God.
assessment. This seems like a relic from the Shu army during the era of the Three Kingdoms. Shu made its capital here once. Could this be from those days? Tales of the White General still echo through Shu. I've heard an old storyteller recount them. Truly inspiring. If only we could witness it. The General's glory firsthand. Oh, just kidding. How could he still be alive if he's already dead? Right? My word, what a discovery! Crystal ice that never melts. A rarity even in the capital. If you presented this to the Emperor a few years ago, you could have bought yourself a position at court. You got this from an Imperial Guard? If that's true, then the girl at the Reverend Temple must be someone important. I mean, to have the Imperial Guards at her side. I should have tried to make her acquaintance. Remember, this stays between us. If word gets out, well, heads would roll. These patterns, unmistakable. This is an ancient artifact of the Bow people. I've seen these symbols before at the Shu Sanctum. It's their tribal mark. However, to use these marks so, this is no ordinary tribesman. It seems the strange happenings in Worship's Rise must be connected to this leader. Oh, your talents are truly remarkable. The fate of Worship's Rise may very well rest in your hands.
Commander's boots. Dress. Dude, we've gotten so many different armor sets. Interesting. That looks pretty cool. It's so shiny. Chat, some of you need to control yourselves, alright? I mean, I'm not sure if we have anything else left to do apart from the final boss. I find it funny though that all of the thong armor is pay to win. Like, it's all in the deluxe edition. I don't think I have a single I don't think I have a single one of the thong leggings from the base, from like the normal game. Unless I missed it. Well, it looks like there's 2 item slots left, but that I don't know if that's actually like how it works. Somebody in chat said there's like a hidden shrine where you can get like an armor set that has it. I don't know if that's true or maybe it's well, one thing I'm still curious about is the door. What about the doors that can't be opened unless you like pray to the primordial deity? How does that work? Does anyone know? There's a hidden boss whose outfit is a white thong. Where? Where's that boss? It's the shortcut from the other side of the yellow door. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, where is it? Where is it? I need it. I need it now. Excuse me. Yeah, I guess you're right though. I think you're right. It's just it's the other side of the yellow door. There's a boss that can only be defeated by choosing the second option. Riddle door and bow capital, but you need to answer it wrong and kill the old man, the optional boss before it. Oh, so if you answer, wait, so did I miss the boss because I answered correctly? That's funny. All right, well, I guess really all we can do, I mean, I don't know if there's anything else left. I think it's probably just final boss. The teleport shrine. You needed to kill old man, then answer that door. The guy in the tomb? I don't know. There's a lot of cool ones. Consort. You like that one? Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. All right, hold on, chat. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back.
and bone, ash and dust, run through me, blood of the ancient. Gates once shut, now wide open. The time is nigh.
The hell's that?
Hope all but forsaken, yet here I stand. All the power under my command. I must thank you, WUCHANG.
Oh, it's that fucking idiot.
Heavens above, feathers within. Earth and soul aligned. All has become I. Feathering, fuel my ascension. To you, like father, like daughter.
I wanted to buff up, man. Oh, I actually hit it. Nice. I mean, he's not really doing much damage. Oh shit. Oh. Ow! What the fuck is that, dude? like I'm just so OP at this point. Boss didn't do any damage. Yeah, he didn't. He was pretty weak, but I mean, I don't know. I've also like fully explored everything in the game, and but yeah, I mean, I. Yeah, I mean, he didn't do that much damage. Yeah, I think there's a boss, a different boss, if I hadn't given that guy the item. I kind of wish that they gave you like an option to like, I didn't realize that I fucked up by giving him like that boss that we just fought there. Is because the boss is the same, it's just the different ending. Oh, really? Okay. Well, wait, what boss did I miss then? Just the one boss that gives you the white thong, you mean? Missed legendary thong boss. Yeah. If I killed the old man and then I chose the wrong option at the door, apparently there's like a boss fight you can get, and that gives you the thong equipment. So if you buy the deluxe version of this game, chat, there's like 4 different outfits that are all like thongs basically. But there's none in the base game except for one that you can miss behind like a super optional boss fight. Well, I have nothing left to do, I don't think. You're level 105, and of course it was an underwhelming boss fight. Okay, see, the thing is, though, the game should be balanced around people being that strong in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I could say, oh, you know, I explored a lot, and I was super high level, but that's how the game should be balanced around people doing that, not like rushing the game. So, like with Elden Ring, for example, I mean, Elden Beast and Radagon may be a different story, but like the DLC in Elden Ring, you know, the fucking Prime Consort Radahn was still an absolute like fucking monstrosity. Same with like the Liza P DLC. Arlecchino, he was pretty fucking crazy too. The problem is the axe. I don't know about that. I mean, the thing is, the game gives you so many heals as well. Like, I had 14 heals. Maybe there's another boss fight, though. Maybe we're not done yet. I don't know. Chapter 1 Honglan. I think the 2 hardest fights was the lady in the lake and then the general. That's great. God damn it, dude.
Ah, you have finally awoken. Rise, clothe these bones once more. Ah, you are awake at last.
You know me?
Indeed, time has passed, yet our paths intertwine once more.
Oh, what a great ending. I mean, that's the bad ending, but that's kind of, I'll be honest, it's kind of annoying that an option like hours before the end of the game just locks you into the bad ending like that. I really feel like, for example, in Elden Ring, if you go for the madness ending, like they have a way to, you can stop the madness ending from happening. I mean, I just give this NPC a random item and now I'm like, just guaranteed bad ending. If people read and listen to the lore, perhaps it would hint not to give it to him. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. And I mean, the guy was kind of sussy in the first place, but I think another problem is that there's so many NPC interactions in the game where the NPC asks you to give them something. I mean, let me turn down the game a little bit. There must have been like 10 or 20 different NPCs that or like moments where, you know, I was just giving people stuff. Like you talk to an NPC and they're like, you get the option to give them something. So I don't know. When I came across that guy, I just gave him the fucking thing. I didn't really think twice about it. I guess I should have though. I wish the game kind of indicated that this is an important story decision. I mean, hell, in Sekiro, if you want to choose the Shura ending, it makes you choose the dialogue option twice. They could have done something like that with this guy. It's like, are you really sure you want to give him the fucking thing? I mean, not that it's exactly the same as Shura ending. Would you really have changed your decision? I would have thought about it at least. Dude, I just gave it to him and didn't even think twice. I didn't realize, like, I didn't know that would lock me into an ending. You didn't think about it? Yeah, but the game didn't really... I don't know, man. You can argue with me all you want, but I really feel like they could have set that up better. No, you don't miss any bosses apparently, so I mean, I can't really be that mad. Alright, well, we can look up the other ending, I guess, because I mean, maybe I'll like speedrun the game or something and then we could potentially do the other endings, but probably just look up. I missed the Thong boss, yeah, I know. All right, let's see. I think so, bomb.
Ash and dust. Run.
Secret ending. Show the importance of the decision without basically saying this will change the ending. I mean, I think just having you at least having 2 prompts alone would have made me think twice about my decision. Like if I decided to give it to him and it asked me like, are you sure you want to do this? Then I would be like, okay, well clearly this matters. What the fuck is going on? Where was this outfit? I think that's the one I missed.
From this day forth, our union shall be unbroken.
Man, I wish I'll be honest, I could not keep track of people's names in this game. Like, I know I feel bad saying that. It's just the I don't know, I'm just a fucking American, I guess. Like it's just I need my Bob and my Bill and Jack and give me fucking easy names.
Ah, impermanence. All is for naught. The dream of a perfect illusion.
Aw, nice little boat ride. Hey, what is this? Oh, true ending. Oh. I wouldn't say the last ending we saw was bad. I mean, I'm still not exactly sure what happened in the bad ending.
Sister, are you awake?
Oh.
Wuchang, you did it. Our journey found its true ending.
Oh, they even said it. True ending. Look at that. There's no arguing over what the true ending is. Secret ending is chapter 4, so you missed chapter 5 entirely, so that'll be the speed run. Yeah, probably.